Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And then we'll recite the actual prayer 3 times. And please hold as strongly as you can the visualization, either of Thangtong Gyalpo or Chenrezig Avalokiteshvara sending out these healing light rays. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so think that all sentient beings have been completely purified of any karmas that would lead to COVID-19 and all diseases all forms of suffering, both physical and mental, completely purified. And yourself and all sentient beings become Avalokiteshvara. And Guru Avalokiteshvara comes to the crown of your head, facing forward. Dissolves into light, entering through the crown of your head. And you become one with the enlightened mind of Guru Avalokiteshvara. And then we say the dedications. And we have created enormous merit because we did this practice for the benefit of all sentient beings. And so we want to take that merit, which is this really positive, strong energy that are the seeds of future happiness. And instead of burning them off in just temporary pleasures of this life, we're going to dedicate it to becoming enlightened for the benefit of all sentient beings, so that it goes like a drop of water into an ocean, becomes inexhaustible until we actually achieve enlightenment. And so we'll say the dedication verses. I'll read through them just straight through. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajrayana. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Dragpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom with non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karmas ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. And we'll be sealing the merits with emptiness, which Rinpoche says this is essential to do in your daily dedications. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merits of the three times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losang Dragpa shine resplendent forever. And then for the long life of our gurus, and you can include all of your gurus in your mind as you're saying these prayers. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then really rejoice that we've spent the last half hour doing something incredibly meaningful. It's really mind-blowing how much positive energy we've just created. So we've really used that time in the best way possible.
Thank you, Venerable. Venerable Michael is not here yet, so you're free to go and we'll sort it out.
Okay. Or I
Thanks
see that
so
there are a
much.
couple of people who have joined. So if anyone has a question or curiosity, I can try and help. But I'm not sure if I can answer any questions very thoroughly. So maybe the best thing to do while waiting for Venerable Michael is to really be setting that positive motivation, thinking of bodhicitta. Thinking about how COVID has affected everyone regardless of their class status, race. There's really no difference between any of us. We all get sick, we all die, including animals, beings from other realms. And if we have a view of karma and the continuity of mind going from life to life, which means that we've been here for countless lives, then every sentient being has at some point or another been our mother. And shown us that immeasurable kindness. The pains of giving birth, of watching over us with every bit of her being to try and keep us safe when we're completely helpless as infants. Just surviving that is an amazing kindness. And when we think about how kind sentient beings have been to us in all of these different lives, we develop feelings of warmth, connection, really genuinely seeing how we're all connected. And really wishing that they be free of any suffering, have only happiness, real compassion. And the special intention that I myself will free them from this suffering. And to do that, I must attain enlightenment in order to be qualified to have that perfect wisdom and compassion necessary to know how to benefit each and every one of these countless sentient beings. Knowing exactly what they need, when they need it. So since we don't have Venerable Michael yet, how would you like to move forward? Do you want me to continue and lead in English, or do you have a video you want to pull up? What's your...
It's up to you. I could put on Geshe Tenli's commentary on Mahasiddha's prayer, or it's up to you. We got 23 minutes till Venerable Jones here.
Yeah, I don't mind leading again since we have a couple of people who have joined. If they don't mind that it's in English, I'm not sure what they were expecting.
That would be awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. So then we'll go to the prayer. And if you don't have that, there is a link under the YouTube video to get the PDF for free. And so again, just really connecting with that bodhicitta motivation that we've been setting. We'll say the motivation and refuge 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so really connect with the presence of the Guru Buddha, Avalokiteshvara, being here in order to bless and purify all sentient beings, even if it's just a sense of white light, or if you have a strong visualization that you can do, or if you're not sure even how to do that, Lama Zopa Rinpoche says you can look at the image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo that's in the booklet on page 4. It's your choice. Whatever you visualize, think strongly that due to the blessings of the Guru Buddha, that all sentient beings are being purified, blissful white light entering all of our bodies, removing all of the negative karmic seeds planted from countless lifetimes, which are the true causes of illness, including COVID-19, and of all sicknesses and sufferings of body and mind are being completely removed. And we hold that visualization as best we can while we recite Om Mani Padme Hum. And I'll chant a Mullah's worth out loud, and then we'll say some at our own pace quietly. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby, oh, money, baby. Oh, money, baby, 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 oh, money, more money, baby, 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 pay me more money, 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 more money, pay me more money, pay me. Oh, money paid me home. And visualizing that all sentient beings are completely purified. All body, speech, and mind, all karmic imprints, negative karmic imprints have been purified. Bodies like light. And we all transform into Avalokiteshvara. And Guru Avalokiteshvara comes to the crown of our head, facing forward. Oh, I'm sorry, not yet. We have to say the actual prayer. Sorry about that. Getting excited about purifying everybody. So let's say the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so again, thinking that all of our prayers have been successful, all sentient beings are completely purified, becoming Avalokiteshvara. And Guru Avalokiteshvara comes to the crown of our heads, dissolves into light, entering the crown of our head. Merging with us, so we become one with Guru Avalokiteshvara. And think how amazing it would be if all sentient beings were in the state of Guru Avalokiteshvara. And so then we'll say the dedication verses, which again, there's a link to these under the YouTube video. I'll skip through a couple of these since we're running short on time, but we'll start with actualizing bodhicitta. Jang Chub Sam Chog Rinpoche Ma Ke Pa Nam Ke Gyur Chi Ke Pa Nyam Pa Me Pa Ye Gong Ne Gong Du Pel War Sho. To realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. To meet a perfect guru in all lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana Guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And then going down to seal the merits with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. to dedicate in the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. For Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings to spread in the hearts of all sentient beings. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one Losang Dragpa shine resplendent forever. And as we dedicate for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you can also keep in mind all of your precious gurus and dedicate for their long life as well. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then rejoice that we've really just spent the past half hour or hour doing the most meaningful thing we could do with our time. And I welcome Venerable Joan Nysel.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, good, nice to see you.
Yeah, we see each other more often here than in real life.
That's true. Yes, we were. For those who don't know, we are very close to each other. Venerable Joan is up in Kopan Monastery and I'm down in Kopan Nunnery, but we don't get to see each other very often in person.
Hopefully soon.
Hopefully soon, yes. All right, I leave it in your hands. Thank you so much.
See you, hopefully.
See you. Yes.
Okay, so let's begin a new session. As Venerable True said, my name is Joan, and I'm at the moment at Kopan Monastery in Nepal. I've had the good fortune to be in lockdown since last March. So let's begin by setting up a good state of mind for doing this practice. And we can do that by generating compassion, and from compassion going on to take the responsibility to free all beings from their suffering. And to do that, we need to achieve the state of enlightenment. So we need to generate bodhicitta, this wish to achieve enlightenment, and then we need to do the practices that will bring us to this state. But we start with compassion. We need to make compassion move our minds and open our minds to not just the people we like, not just the animals we like, but gradually more and more to include all the sentient beings, and eventually be able to encompass even the ones who hurt us or hurt our families, hurt our friends, so that we really have a big, spacious, open heart in which we include all beings everywhere, in every single realm, and at all times, no matter how they're treating us, no matter whether they're being nice to us or whether they're treating us horribly. If we have strong, stable compassion, we can keep them in our heart, even at those difficult times. So we begin by, first of all, generating compassion for ourselves. It's always a good place to start. The more we understand our own suffering, the more we will be able to understand the sufferings of others. In fact, Lama Zopa Rinpoche has been emphasizing lately that if we don't renounce our own suffering, renounce our own samsaric sufferings, we will never be able to feel real compassion for others, and we won't be able to generate real stable bodhicitta that includes all sentient beings. So right now we're doing this practice in particular to relieve the suffering that's caused by the pandemic of COVID-19. So we can begin by thinking about how this pandemic has affected ourselves personally, how it has affected me. We think about how it's changed our lives. Maybe some of you have been sick yourself. Maybe you know others who've been sick. Maybe you even had the misfortune to lose somebody you love due to this illness. But even if you haven't experienced actual sickness or known other people who are sick, it's probably still affected you and brought you challenges in your life. So let's just think briefly about this past year and the various difficulties we ourselves have experienced personally. And as we do that, we generate compassion for ourselves, wishing ourselves to be free from this suffering. And not only this suffering, but all forms of suffering, mental and physical. So we just spend a moment reflecting on our own suffering and generating compassion for ourselves. And then we can go on to include others, beginning with the people that we know well, people in our family, our friends, people we work with. Think about how this pandemic has affected them. Again, some of them may have been sick, some of them may have even lost their lives, others may have lost their jobs or have other unpleasant experiences related to all the restrictions that have been put in place in various countries. And of course, many people would have all sorts of different worries and fears for themselves and their families. So just briefly go through the people you know or you're close to and think about the various challenges they've faced and open your heart to them. Bring them into your heart. Develop compassion for them, wishing them to be free from suffering. And try to make it a really heartfelt thought, not just kind of words running through your mind, but actually a feeling of really wishing them to be free from suffering. And then we can expand our compassion even further by thinking of all the human beings in this world and how each of them has been affected in a way that's similar to the way we've been affected, the way our families have been affected. And in some cases, people have been affected in a much worse way than we've actually experienced. Some people have lost multiple members of their family. Some people have been very sick and remain ill, handicapped by the long-term effects of this COVID that nobody yet really understands. Many people, of course, have lost their jobs and due to that may have lost their homes. Others are facing this fear of losing their jobs and their homes. Many are dealing with problems such as loneliness, being cooped up at home alone, or perhaps being cooped up at home with people who are difficult to live with. So we think about all the different challenges that people around the world are facing. We think of all the different hospitals that are filled with people with COVID. Many people on life support, in the ICUs, struggling to breathe, to remain alive. People sick at home and worried that they may get worse and have to go to hospital, that they too may possibly die. So again, we just spend a moment thinking of all these different situations that people around the world are finding themselves in and continue to find themselves in even after a year of this illness being present in our world. Then with this very strong compassion, really wishing ourselves, our family, our friends, and all human beings around the world, even all animals. Some animals have been sick with COVID, that all of them may be free from this illness. Then we engage in taking refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and Sangha, seeking guidance to achieve not only our own liberation from samsara, but to achieve the state of full enlightenment, that we may bring all sentient beings to this state so that they too may be forever free from any form of suffering, and that they may have reached the perfection of all their qualities and themselves have become fully enlightened beings. So recite the motivation 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space. Sorry, I'll just share my screen, then you can read with me if you don't have the text. Okay. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Sorry. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So having taken refuge, now we can either visualize ourselves as Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, if we have received the appropriate empowerment, or if you can visualize Chenrezig in front of you, in the space in front of you, or above the crown of your head, either in the aspect of 1,000 arms or 4 arms. For example, you can see the aspect of 1,000-arm Chenrezig above the crown, above my head, in the tanka. Okay, and then as we recite the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, we're coming from this place of strong compassion. We can visualize the rays of light and nectar flow down from Chenrezig's heart. And on the ends of each of these is another Chenrezig that comes to the crown of the heads of all suffering sentient beings, in particular those who are experiencing suffering due to COVID-19. And as we recite the mantra, these rays of light and nectar enter their bodies through the crown of their heads and wash away not only their suffering, but also the causes of their suffering, any negative karma they've created that will cause them to experience suffering. So you can recite this mantra any way you like, either fast, silently, or out loud, chanting it. Whatever works to move your mind and keep you in a state of compassion. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme Mani pame hunga 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 Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani pame hung amani pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame hung Omani pame hung amani 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 pame Omani pame hung amani pame hung amani pame Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we can think that all those beings that we visualized in front of ourselves with Chenrezig above their crowns, that all of them have been completely freed from all their suffering and the causes of their suffering. They look radiant, happy, blissful. And then the Chenrezig above their head absorbs into a ball of white light and absorbs down into them and transforms them into Chenrezig. They themselves become the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig. I think how wonderful it would be if all beings everywhere were to become Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. To have a mind of infinite compassion, love, kindness, generosity, patience, and wisdom. To be free from all the mental afflictions that cause us so much disturbance and suffering, all the anger and pride and jealousy, attachment, ignorance. And then we come back to reality and realize that there's still numberless suffering sentient beings, or as Lama Zopa Rinpoche likes to say, obscured suffering sentient beings, obscured by these mental delusions or afflictions, unable to see reality, filled with self-cherishing, so they're unable to develop love and compassion for all sentient beings. And then also still experiencing the suffering of COVID. So now we do this actual prayer blessed by the bodhicitta of Thangtong Gyalpo to have the effect of being able to bring to end epidemics and pandemics. So we say this prayer with strong conviction that by saying these words, coming from this place of compassion, that by the power of the merits that we create, that all sentient beings may be freed not only from COVID-19, but all other forms of illness that torment the minds and bodies of sentient beings. So we recite this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. by the compassion of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So again, we generate really strong compassion and bodhicitta, wishing deeply, strongly that all these diseases, all these illnesses, all these problems tormenting sentient beings may immediately disappear and never return again. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the clash of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we finish this practice by reciting some verses of dedication. And what we're dedicating is, of course, the merits that we've created by doing this session, this positive energy that we built up by developing compassion, by taking refuge, by reciting the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, and by reciting the prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo. This itself is a huge store of positive energy, of merit. But to make it even stronger, we combine it with all the merits we've created in the past, meaning not only the past of this life, but in all our past lives from beginningless rebirths in samsara. We combine it with all the merits we're creating at the moment in this life. And we include even the merits that we'll go on to create in the future. So of course, this itself is a huge, unbelievable amount of merits, but then we also add to it all the three-time merits, the past, present, future merits of all Buddhas, and then all the merits, past, present, future of all sentient beings, including all the bodhisattvas. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche often tells us if this merit was materialized, it wouldn't fit in the universe. So we're dedicating this merit, first of all, to actualize bodhicitta, not only for ourselves, but Rinpoche has been reminding us lately that we're wishing that all sentient beings everywhere develop bodhicitta. And he reminds us this means every hell being, every hungry ghost, every animal, every single ant, Rinpoche is fond of saying. And then every single human being, every single asura, and every single sura, and all the beings that are currently in the intermediate state, that all of them may generate bodhicitta. And then we make the same wish that they also realize the wisdom, realizing emptiness. These are the two most important states of mind that we need in order to achieve enlightenment, that all sentient beings need in order to achieve their enlightenment. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And then we recite this verse for the sick. It comes from Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charavatara, and again are very powerful words because of the strength of Shantideva's bodhicitta. So here again, we can think of all those who are suffering from COVID, but also from any other form of illness that is causing them pain, suffering, difficulties. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrated beings, never occur again. So we make a strong, heartfelt dedication that COVID-19 may immediately disappear from this world and never occur again. That these vaccines that are slowly being spread around the world may move quickly and reach all those who want them, that they may be 100% effective, and that all those who receive this vaccine may never get this COVID again, and that by the power of all these people receiving the vaccine, that those who don't want the vaccine may also not be endangered by COVID-19, that it may just disappear from this earth. And then we dedicate for all those who've died, in particular those who've died from COVID-19, but also from other illnesses or from injury or from suicide. Many suicides have happened around the world this past year because of the challenges of COVID-19. So we can include all those beings. So we dedicate that all those who've died may never be reborn in the lower realms, that instead they may be reborn in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment. And if they don't have the karma for that to happen, that they may at least receive a perfect human rebirth, meet the Mahayana teachings, meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana guru revealing the unmistaken path to enlightenment. And then by pleasing the mind of their holy guru, that they may quickly achieve enlightenment. So we dedicate that for all those who've died. Then we dedicate sealing the merits with emptiness so that our merits are not destroyed by our giving rise to either heresy, wrong views, or anger. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we dedicate for the long life of our precious holy gurus, and here in particular we dedicate for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but of course you can include in your heart your own personal gurus, that they too may be free of all obstacles to living a long life. Not only to living a long life, but also to continuing to teach us, to guide us, to give us advice and instruction so that we ourselves may achieve their holy state. So we dedicate with this dedication for His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So then, thank you very much for all those who joined me. I don't see Venerable Amy yet. I think she's the one coming up next. Are you all waiting for Venerable Amy? Yeah.
Yes, she's never been late before.
It's a bit strange, huh? Yeah, she's usually, I've been before her also. She's always before me. Arrives before I finish.
We'll just wait for her for a few minutes, Venerable Joan.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Thank you, and have a good practice. And of course, if Amy doesn't show up, please do it on your own. Thank you.
I'm so sorry I'm late. Please forgive. Welcome. I was hoping to catch my friend Joan just before me, but wonderful. Anyway, I'm glad we're all here. Couldn't sleep last night, so it was a little rough this morning. Let's take a moment to consider our motivation. Just setting our motivation in the right direction. Thank you so much for joining. And really consider all living beings. And there's many that have COVID, there's many that have died of COVID. So these are practices directed specifically for them. And it'll also help us to reach enlightenment more quickly because we have the blessings of Lama Zopa Rinpoche to do these practices. So just take a moment considering that, setting a positive motivation for this time. And we're going to start with, so again, not only waking up our practices, but with those special blessings. This is really a way to create a straight path to enlightenment. Then we're unlimited in benefiting all living beings. So anytime you follow the advice of your guru or someone you see in that position, it's very, very powerful. We're going to start with the Vajra armor. So visualize in the space in front of you this blue-black Vajrapani, emanation of divine power, infinite power, facing you. He's a few feet in front of you, slightly higher than the level of your forehead, surrounded by this transcendental wisdom fire. And out of all the pores of his body come all these signs of purification, like black Garudas, iron pigs, scorpions, and it flies out to all the corners of the planet in every direction, purifying COVID, stopping the spread of this virus immediately, minimizing the virus's damage and healing those who have the virus. It's also, the rays are coming over to you, entering your forehead, throat, and heart. So purifying your body, speech, and mind as we recite his mantra. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entaya ta sarva varita hana hana vajrina reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entaya ta sarva varita hana hana vajrina reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entaya ta sarva varita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavari pe nembar shig nagan entayata sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavadi pe, nemparshig nagan and tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavadi pe, nemparshig nagan and tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavadi pe, nemparshig nagan and tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavadi pe, nemparshig nagan and tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavadi pe, nemparshig nagan and tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavadi pe, nemparshig nagan and tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe, om pema shavadi pe, nemparshig nagan and tayata. Sarva vedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So if you'd like, you could put your hand in front of your mouth, and as you exhale, imagine the exhalation going up your nose, continuing the purification from this powerful mantra that you just blessed your speech with. The more you feel you're purifying, the more powerful the purification is for you. And if you have a drink, blow on the surface a few times, take a few sips, continuing the same process of purification. Imagine the Vajrapani in the space in front of you dissolves into emptiness. So it completely lacks inherent nature. And from that wisdom arises Black Manjushri, emanation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom, in this form to purify disease. He is over top your crown, about 6 inches in height, facing the same direction as you. And imagine again light rays pouring out of all the pores of his body to the 10 directions to cleanse the planet of COVID and all other imbalances, body and mind. And it's also descending through your crown, washing away COVID virus, any illnesses, any imbalances, again, body or mind, as we recite his mantra. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur mizo ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur mizo ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur mizo ningo la cho kala ja kam sham drum bebe soha. Om tazo juzo dur tazo dur mizo ningo la cho Kalaja kam jam jam bepe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bepe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bepe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo lacho. Kalaja kam jam jam bepe soha. Om tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om tazo chuso tur tazo tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho kalaja kam jam jam bebe soha. Om taso chuso tur taso tur miso ningo la cho Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lajo. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lajo. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lajo. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lajo. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lajo. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lajo. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lajo. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lajo. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo lajo. Kalaja kamsham jambe pe soha. So the black manjushri on your crown, imagine slowly from the edges of the visualization dissolves into the center, into a radiant drop of light that melts into your crown. And feel all the blessings of his holy body, speech, and mind, and feel that you've really purified something. The next prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. All mother sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We're going to recite Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of the Buddha of compassion, as much as you can to gaze upon this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Excuse me. Om Mani Padme Hum. Excuse me. So we'll recite the actual prayer 3 times through. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harmagraha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the truth of the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Pacifying the danger of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassion and eye-looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an Ashura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. Request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment, in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings at the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth, and may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life, free from illness. Through the great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. And just a quick blessing from His Holiness. Om tare tutare ture so ha. We'll do some brief dedication prayers, investing all the energy that we have created, whatever positive energy or merit, dedicating it to ridding the planet of this disease, COVID disease, immediately, and all other imbalances, body and mind. And especially so that we can quickly get enlightened to benefit all living beings. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And this meditation on emptiness, this dedication, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Please reflect on any understanding you have of emptiness for a moment. Continuing on, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. And the dedication prayers for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manduna's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live forever. Thank you again. I'm so sorry I was late, and Venerable Tendrin is here. I hope you are all well. And just as a reminder, tomorrow's full moon, and at 4 o'clock Eastern time, I'm leading a Medicine Buddha puja for Shantideva Center. It's for anybody, so if you'd like to join us, it's a great healing practice. You can find the links to register on their site and my site, and I hope you'll be able to join us. Thank you all so much. Please be well. Lovely to see all of you.
Good morning. Okay, so let's refresh our motivation and refresh our visualization. So really try to imagine that you're surrounded by all sentient beings. Perhaps do 9-round breathing to settle the mind into this visualization. And as you breathe in good qualities and breathe out anger and attachment, remember that all these sentient beings that surround us are the reason we do these prayers. We do our practices. We try to generate bodhicitta. We're all interdependent. Their well-being is dependent on our efforts. Our well-being is dependent upon their efforts. So picture your father of this life on your right, your mother of this life on your left, their parents, grandparents, all their loved ones, partners, siblings, and children. Behind you is your partner, your children, all your loved ones, your friends, your Dharma community, and all their loved ones. And in particular, all the beings who are suffering in some way from this pandemic. And all the beings that are suffering from the four elements, through storms and tornadoes and earthquakes and volcanoes, floods, fires, droughts. And fill your heart with compassion and desire to benefit all these suffering sentient beings, including ourselves. Now in the space in front, visualize a large jeweled throne supported by 8 lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus and moon and sun mandalas. On top of this sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of the conqueror Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold, has a Upanisha on the top of his head, 1 face, 2 arms. His right hand is in the mudra of controlling the earth, and his left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of medicinal nectar. He is wearing the saffron robes of a monk and is adorned with all the marks and signs. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light, and he sits in the Vajra position in an aura of light rays. So just try to feel the presence of enlightened beings in the space in front, embodied by this figure of Shakyamuni Buddha. All of our teachers, surrounding Shakyamuni Buddha are the direct and indirect gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of dharma protectors and guardians. In front of each of these holy beings on a faultless throne sits the Dharma, as explained by them in the form of text having the nature of light. And think, at this time, we have received a perfect human rebirth, qualified by the 8 freedoms and 10 richnesses. Knowing that this is difficult to find, we really want to make sure we're using it meaningfully. And we're following the advice of our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, today. So that's an excellent way to use our perfect human rebirth. Particularly with a strong motivation to benefit others. But we know that from beginningless lifetimes until now, I and all mother sentient beings have been experiencing the various sufferings of samsara again and again. And who has the power to protect us from these sufferings? Only the enlightened ones abiding in front of us. Our precious teachers, their teachers, their teachers. And think, We must achieve enlightenment for the sake of all these suffering sentient beings around us. But we need the support of the three jewels. So we'll go for refuge using the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Shakya from disease. A lovely picture of our teacher. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now, vision that Shakyamuni Buddha dissolves into light and absorbs into you, and you are transformed into Shakyamuni Buddha. Light rays radiate from you, and they bless all the sentient beings around you, transforming all of them into Shakyamuni Buddha. Enjoy this presence of sentient beings actualizing their Buddha potential. How wonderful this would be. But since we know this is just our imagination, so we'll continue to need more support, all of us poor suffering sentient beings. So in the space in front of all of us, 1,000-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body too is made of white light, youthful, decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. So when we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, try to visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, entering all sentient beings through the crowns of their heads, freeing us all from the causes of suffering and filling us with the causes of happiness. So we'll recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, for about 5 minutes. So take a moment to refresh your motivation, refresh your visualization. And it's nice to really picture specific people or animals or anyone that you're concerned for, receiving these radiant light from Chenrezig's heart. So it's like imagining the pictures of the Milky Way, all that light reaching everyone from Chenrezig's heart in the center. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. We'll continue with the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And let's add the prayers from Shantideva, the wishes. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind attain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. So now picture Thousand-armed Chenrezig dissolving into light. Entering into us and blessing our body, speech, and mind, this holy body, speech, and mind. Just rejoice. Rejoice in our motivations to benefit others. Rejoice in our wishes to end suffering. Rejoice in our activities to try to end suffering. Rejoice in all the activities of all holy beings everywhere. All the precious activities of ordinary sentient beings, the manifestations of their Buddha nature, their Buddha potential, and all the ways they help. We help. How wonderful it is that during the time we've done this, there's so many beings that have been helping others physically, mentally, with resources. How wonderful it is. So we'll recite the dedications. And again, really bring to mind all your loved ones, those you are worried about, all their loved ones, all their loved ones. Don't forget all the people that irritate you, or that you agitate. We want to benefit all sentient beings. Without benefiting all sentient beings, we'll never have peace. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by me and all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And our prayers for the long lives of our teachers, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who hold the subduers more away, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay. Sure. Venerable Rabina will be here momentarily. So rejoice in all your efforts for showing up. And think how wonderful it is that we have these opportunities. Fulfilling the wishes of our teachers and being told how to do that. So while we wait, just strengthen your motivation. Feel great joy in our desire to benefit others. How precious this is. There she is. Welcome, Venerable.
Good morning, Venerable Tenron. Good morning, everybody else. We'll keep on moving this amazing event, this amazing venture. Thank you so much. All right. Carol in Wales. There's Lars. And all the people on YouTube, I can't see anyone there. Happy to see you all. Okay. So as always, let's continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig in the sky. The Buddha is here anyway, the Dharmakaya, technically the truth body. It's the mind of the Buddha. It's all-knowing, all-compassionate, all-wise, all-pervasive, unmanifest. And that's what our nature is. That's what our true nature is. That's what our potential is. That's what the potential of every living being is, to become one of those, to become that. But sentient beings, we can't access the Dharmakaya. We can't access, so out of immense compassion, all the trillions of Buddhas, all the trillions of beings, people like you and me, who become Buddha, who are the Dharmakaya, and then manifest in a body that we can see and communicate with. So Shakyamuni Buddha behind me is the Nimanakaya, the emanation body. And there's countless numbers of those. This is the supreme Nimanakaya. It's referring to the Buddhas who are the founding Buddhas. The next one of those is Maitreya. But the trillions of Nimanakayas, emanation bodies, and Buddhas can manifest in any form they like. They completely can manifest. They can completely manipulate the elements of the universe with their minds, and can manifest as whatever is necessary for sentient beings. Then there's the enjoyment body, the Sambhogakaya. This is the aspect the Buddha takes, that Arya Bodhisattvas, those high beings, being the bodhisattvas those on the Mahayana path, who have realized emptiness. They've accessed these subtle levels of their mind, much more powerful. They can see this one in their meditations, and even the highest ones all the time. So we imagine that one. And we imagine all these different aspects of the Buddha mind. Any aspect, all the psychology, essentially. So here's the aspect. This is the aspect of, it's like Buddha mind dressing up in different aspects. This is the one of love and compassion. 3 central qualities of an enlightened being. Power, which sometimes is Tara, but often is Vajrapani. Wisdom, Manjushri, Manju, gentle voice. And here, compassion. Lama Zopa, I think, translates as compassionate-eyed one. Chenrezig, Avalokitesvara in Sanskrit. So we imagine in the sky in front. And then we imagine his, the manifestation of our own Lama's mind as the Buddha. It makes it very personal for us. White light body. Sitting in this Sambhogaka at this bodhisattva. It's this aspect in the bodhisattva path. So they call it the bodhisattva aspect, like this royal aspect from the Indian, you know, kind of beautiful, elegant, young, sublime, blissful, sweet, compassionate face. Eyes loving and kind. And yet the whole universe wanting only to benefit others. This is its function. Hair partially held up in a top knot. It's 5-pointed crown like a tiara on his head. It's his visual language. Everything has a meaning. And then decorated in his jewelry, like you see it, and ears and throat. And he's sitting in full lotus position on a multicolored lotus. And on the lotus is a sun disk and a moon disk, like 2 flat cushions, compassion and wisdom. Radiant light, everything made of light, not substantial. And he's got 4 hands. First 2 in his heart, at his heart, in the prayer mudra, the prayer with the thumbs tucked in. That's what he's, in this case, he's holding a wish-fulfilling jewel, this marvelous thing, as an offering. And then his other 2 hands kind of a lot at his ears, you know, held up. One holding a lotus and one holding a crystal rosary, a mala. And antelope skin on his one of his shoulders, his peaceful nature. There's wrathful aspects of Chenrezig. There are aspects of Chenrezig in Highest Yoga Tantra with his consort, different kinds, different shapes. You know, Hayagriva is a wrathful aspect of Chenrezig. The Buddhas do anything that is necessary to help sentient beings. Peaceful, wrathful, powerful, different aspects, different methods to benefit sentient beings. That's their job. So we visualize all the sentient beings with us surrounding, right? And we see them in the aspect of enemies, friends, and strangers, the objects of aversion, enemies, aversion, attachment, and ignorance. Particular aspect of ignorance here is indifference. Couldn't care less. Friends, the ones we adore, who basically do what our attachment wants. So we do love them and we have compassion. To the left, in front. Right in front, our enemies, the objects of our aversion. We always say, oh, I don't have any enemies. Don't be ridiculous. Check the universe. Check the creatures you don't like, you know. Maybe the cockroaches, maybe the rats. The next door neighbor who annoys you. Your ex-husband. Objects of your aversion. You don't have much love or compassion for them. If we try hard, of course. And then to the right and everywhere else, all the others, all the strangers who neither harm nor help us. How do we feel? Don't care, you know, just natural. Objects of indifference, objects of aversion, objects of attachment. The whole universe is like this because the Buddha's model of the mind refers to the whole universe because the 3 poisons. So the friends and the enemies and then the strangers to the right and then above and behind and below and in front as far as the horizon goes, everywhere. all the suffering sentient beings, all the sentient beings in all the realms of existence, but in the form of attachment, in the form of humans that they can get enlightened in. Imagine them all there, and imagine, of course, they all want suffering, they all want happiness, and they all do not want suffering. Nobody, only the gross level. We don't know about the other kinds. That's the tragedy. The grossest level, we know we do not want. Everything in our power, every one of us will do everything we can to get rid of the worst kind of stuff, the bad things happening. And here we're thinking all the ones, think especially all of those who are suffering as a result of COVID-19. So the environmental karma, millions of us, the people out there are the environment for us. And if we touch them, or kiss them, hold them, breathe on them, we might get sick. So they're the environment. Then all those who are actually sick and dying, and all the others suffering from all the different, and this is from past killing. It's trillions of sentient beings. So we're going to say this prayer and alternate between visualizing them being purified, wanting this ourselves from our hearts. So we take refuge all together. Imagine all of us. Okay. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space. And I like to say rely upon. I say rely upon. We rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. So you gurus, yidams, the Tibetan word for the meditation days, the ones we connect with as our practice, and all the dakas and dakinis. Dakinis because Thangtong Gyalpo is talking to the boys, of course, and he's a boy. So those of us who want the dakas, and we have the dakas and dakinis, these amazing holy beings whose job is to energize us, to make us bliss out, to cause us to experience bliss. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. And if you can have 2,700 Buddhas, gurus, they're all manifesting as the one. In your heart, you can feel the ones you're closest to. That's a good way to do it. The one your heart Lama, the one who's touched you most, the one who touches your heart, the one you think about. But all your other gurus, we can have so many, all of whom are Buddha. We see them all in this one aspect, all of them together. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis, dakas and dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. As I've said sometimes, I think that's a Sakya way of saying. We don't say that, and I don't think I've heard that in the Gurupas. It's just nice, all the different ways, the Lamas have different ways of saying things, and it helps you hear it differently. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of gurus, yidams, dakas, and dakinis. And we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So Lama Chenrezig happily, so happily sends. He is anyway sending light all the time, but by our requesting and asking, we create the cause. We create the cause. We stay close to the Buddhas to have this happen, and for us to become Chenrezig like this, to do the same. Light goes out from his brow, radiant beams of laser light beams go out from his brow, entering into our brow and the brow of every single being in the universe, surrounding and above and below and behind us. Totally annihilating all the suffering. First one, instantaneously annihilating all the pain, all the suffering, all our own, any miserable thing that's happening with these ridiculous bodies of ours. instantly annihilating it, and all the suffering sentient beings, all of those with this awful suffering, this COVID-19, all the pain and suffering of their bodies, instantly gone, and all the other suffering of all the sentient beings, and the causes, this is the crucial one, and the causes is killing, harming others and killing when it comes to the body. Strongly visualizing this, wanting this, as we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Strongly wanting, strongly visualizing, strongly imagining, and the sound going out and blessing all the beings, everywhere we are around the world, all the sound going out from our own mouths, blessing every being who hears it. How marvelous. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Whatever sufferings there are, may whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life, due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. As I always say, and as always in good, we must remember, we never do, that if we've got that, we just, We just kind of think, aren't we lucky? We are not. We've worked unbelievably hard living in vows of morality and not harming others. That's why we have long life, good health and well-being, like a miracle. But it's not a miracle. It's due to hard work. So never forget. And therefore continue to only want to be of benefit and live in vows of morality and not harm others. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And Lama Chenrezig, not forgetting, is pouring out this light to every being. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, and be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, with the power of the dakas and dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we continue visualizing Lama Chenrezig sending the light from his brow, entering our brows, all the beings of the universe, instantaneously taking away all our suffering and pain, and purifying the causes, the past harming of sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. mani padme hum. Om 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 mani padme hum. And remember also, as we're saying it, because of the power of speech, because of the way we're constructed, our subtle wind energies, which is sound. Sound is wind. The prana is sound. So here we're saying the purest of sounds. So it's naturally purifying our own mind, our own body, and our own mind. How amazing. As well as going out the sound and all the light from Lama Chenrezig, but we're blessing all the beings. Om mani padme hum. 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 And Lama Chenrezig continues to send the light, as we say, these aspirations, make these thoughts, these powerful thoughts. Everything exists on the tip of the wish. All of us around the world having these thoughts, invoking the Buddhas. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dakas and dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000, by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas and Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, with the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are due from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas and Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. In our culture, we think we're helping others, and we think, well, where's me? You know, what about me? But as His Holiness says, you want to help others? Practice compassion. You want to help yourself? Practice compassion. This is something we don't think about in our culture. We need to go off and we think we're helping others, and then we have to go and have a massage and a sleep and a weep because we're so overwhelmed from helping others. But when we've lessened our own delusions and have compassion, that gives us energy and power and inspiration and makes us happy. It's so simple, we can't quite hear that. We can't quite hear that. So we're benefiting ourselves right now, inconceivably. It's like the bonus. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Continue to want that, feel that, aspire for this. Continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig, sending out all this white. We'll do the whole meditation now, slowly. powerful white light, laser beams coming from his brow, entering our brow and the brows of everybody, instantly purifying all the sickness, all the pain, all the ridiculous heaviness of this bag of bones that we carry around, you know. And purifying, of course, the main thing that causes harming with our bodies, all sentient beings, especially all the killing. Strongly wanting this. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 So Lama Chenrezig now so compassionately sends from his throat red beams of light, laser beams that penetrate our throat and the throats of all beings, and instantly taking away all the results of harming with our speech, which of course is created mostly as us humans. Although probably animals can have harsh speech, isn't it? They scare each other. So we visualize all of this totally purified, the results. And what are the results? I mean, the results of lying, that you get lied to or don't get believed, the results of harsh speeches. You know, you're always, you know, environmentally, you're surrounded by a lot of danger and harm, you know, everywhere, kind of, you know, hearing harsh sounds. The result of rabbiting on about nothing, this gossiping, is that no one plays the slightest interest in your words. You have no power. Your words have no power. No one cares. All these things, you know, we have all these experiences. Environmental results of the different kinds of negative speech, you know, nothing grows. If it's harsh speeches, you live in a desert, nothing can grow at all, or there's no peaceful places, everything's like polluted, you know. Everything we think and do and say has some kind of result. Environmental experience similar to the cause, the tendency to keep doing it, and even the lower realms. And of course, purifying all the results, as well, of course, as the lower realms. All the results, purifying. Fill us, all the beings fill this blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Red light pouring into our throats, purifying all the results of bad, rubbish speech. Om Mani Padme Hum. And purifying the causes, I forgot that. Purifying all the causes. The harsh speech, the rabbiting on about nothing, bad mouthing behind backs, and lying. All of this. Continue to visualize. Red light. Purifying the results and the causes. Oh, money, money, oh, money, money, oh, money, money, oh, money, money. Oh, money, pay home. So now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his heart in the center of his chest blissful, radiant, powerful beams of blue light, penetrating our hearts, instantly filling us and purifying the results, of all of the mind, which is the source, the delusions. This is the source of the problems. This is why the body and speech do any rubbish at all, because of the mind, the delusions. So, visualize, purifying all the results, which means, the results of the negative states of mind. In our mind is all the nightmarish misery of the mind, It's like having the delusions themselves. So visualizing, purifying all of that, and the causes, which is the delusions themselves. The root delusion, which causes us to think everything has an intrinsic nature, and then gives rise to attachment, which gives rise to aversion, and the other 83,997 mental illnesses the Buddha has mapped out. All these annihilated. And this is the miracle of what Buddha has found, is that this stuff is not intrinsic to us. This stuff does not define us. This stuff is not at the core of our being. Why? Because it's embellishments. They're distortions. They're mental distortions made up by our ridiculous minds. So we visualize it all gone. How incredible. In all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now Lama Chenrezig again sends from the brow white radiant beams of light that penetrate our brow. And now because we've purified all the results of harming with the body and the causes, we then imagine this light filling us with what? With all the power, with our natural qualities of the power of of the body, that such that whoever sees us, hears us, tastes us, smells us, whatever has any contact with us, they can only be benefited. Can you imagine this? Even this body that we have now, can you imagine whoever sees us and has contact? Imagine they can only be benefited. How extraordinary. Not possible to harm others with our body. Try and think that. Imagine it. And of course, filled all of us with the power, with the potential, with the ability to manifest our minds, which is the body, with the potential of the Buddha, to manifest our minds in billions of forms. We understand the Vajrayana model of the universe. This makes sense. It's logical. We can manipulate the four elements. We can do what we like. We're Buddha. We can manifest as trees and mountains and cups of tea, as well as beings, as well as Nirmanakayas. They're all the Nirmanakaya. They're all the emanation bodies of the Buddha. Pervading space. These potential to benefit sentient beings with our bodies. How incredible. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continue to visualize this, all beings, this white light giving us up with our potential. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, Lama Chenrezig sends this time the red beams of light from his throat, penetrating our throat and filling all the throats of all the beings of the universe, instantly filling them with the potential of the sounds, speech, such that any being who hears us will be benefited in the way they need. Every sound we utter, even our laugh, whatever, benefits whoever hears us. How incredible. Imagine this, the power of speech, the main gift of the Buddha. We can see 40 million Buddhas every day in their handsome bodies and their gorgeous bodies, male and female Buddhas. But until they open their mouths, we can't benefit much because we need the words, we need the instructions, we need the methods for how to get enlightened ourselves. Speech is stupendous. Oh, every being full of this. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now the mind. Lama Chenrezig sends these radiant beams of blue laser light that enter our hearts, filling us all completely. Every one of us, blue. And filling us with what else? The delusions have gone. What else is there? Our true nature. The virtues are our true nature. It's like, it's like the H2O, H2O. Pure water is 2 bits of H and 1 bit of O. There's all the pollution. So we got rid of the pollution now, and all that's left is the H2O. That's it. So it's the nature. So the virtues are the H2O of our mind. They are who we are. This is what Buddha's found. They are who we are. In our culture, we think they're all who we are. How depressing can you get? Oh my God. Buddha's view is amazing. But the delusions are adventitious. They don't belong. So we have to stop identifying with them. They loom large in our head, we know that. But we have to learn to realize they're not our true nature. They are not who we really are. This is what's incredible. The virtues in love and wisdom and compassion. And why are they who we are? Because they are in touch with reality. And what is reality? Dependent arising. That's how things are. No one made it that way. It's just how things are. So now all the virtues are manifest. Every one of us, our true nature, is manifesting. Wisdom that sees things as they are, and then all the other virtues, that bliss, and as well the bonus, bliss. Can we imagine? Bliss. Full of all this, our true nature. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum. And now we've removed the obstacles. They call it remove the obstacles to liberation. We've removed all the delusions and the main delusion, so we've achieved our own liberation. We've achieved our own cessation of suffering and its causes. We've achieved our own nirvana. But we can do more. We can remove even the subtlest imprints from the mind left over from all of this. And these are called the obstacles to our omniscience. So it's when we add bodhicitta to the mix, this immense power of bodhicitta has the power to do this. So we now become omniscient. We become Chenrezig. Imagine this, the three lights together. Lama Chenrezig sends so compassionately to all of us, the white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart, causing us all to become our own Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illness in the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute chronic epidemic diseases that mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grihastha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long long life, good health, and well-being by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we imagine that Lama Chenrezig, or the lotus he's sitting on, just kind of, and then sun disk and moon disk dissolve up into his body. And then he very happily comes and sits above our crowns. Trillions and trillions of emanations of him just going out, sitting above the crown of all these suffering beings, above us, behind us, below us, in front of us, everywhere you can imagine. Trillions and trillions and trillions of Lama Chenrezigs above our crown too. And then you imagine he very happily, blissfully, delightedly, dissolves through our crowns, every one of us, filling us completely. And we imagine every one of us are completely full, of the energy of the body, speech, and mind of Chenrezig, the body, speech, and mind of our Lama, have all merged with our body, speech, and mind. Union, oneness, as Lama Yeshe says. Every one of us. And so now we just imagine that we think that now we're as big as the universe. Just think of yourself as vast as the universe. Expand to fill the universe. Blissful. No thoughts. A couple of minutes. No thoughts. Vast, blissful, spacious. And now imagine all the other Chenrezigs dissolve into us, enhancing even more brilliantly our Chenrezig nature. And then we think, the rest of the day, as long as we live, think like the Buddhas, like the Bodhisattvas, that our body and speech is for other people. This is a very amazing way to live your life. Think this way. It's very simple. Instead of this big lump of me plodding through life with all our self-pity and misery, just think that your body and speech, the only reason you've got them is so others who see you and hear you benefit. So your body and speech is for others. And your mind, that's yours. Watch it like a hawk every second. And distinguish between the facts and the fictions. Distinguish between the delusions and the virtues. Distinguish between the herbs and the flowers. The weeds and the herbs. It's all a big soup of emotion. Now we can't tell one bit from another. At the end of it all, is a big lump of me. Stop doing that. See all the different thoughts. Be precise. Listen to each thought and check it out. Oh, that's aversion. That's anger. That's self-pity. That's depression. That's love. That's compassion. And grow the positive ones because they're reasonable, and the rubbish ones can disappear into a puff of smoke. throughout the day. We better finish 8 o'clock, my time, 8 o'clock. Who knows what it is everywhere in the world? Who's going to take over from me?
Hello,
There you
Venerable Robina.
go.
How are
there.
you?
I'm all right.
You sounded a bit chesty earlier. You're coming down with a cold.
No, I get sick. I love to get sick. I think I get so excited getting sick. I get asthma in my old age. So apparently it's all the pollen. Apparently it's the Santa Fe is famous for its we've got juniper, and the pollen is very intense. So everybody gets sick and snotty, and so I've got another reason to be so piteous. I get asthma, a little bit asthma.
Poor you.
So,
but on the other hand, you take it upon yourself to take the suffering so that others don't get the pollen that you have absorbed.
Oh, I breathe a lot in every day. That's right.
Bless
I'm
you.
enjoying the pollen.
Oh,
Okay, darling. Thank you so much, Venerable. Goodbye, everybody. Much
thank you
love.
very much, Venerable Robina. Lovely to see you.
Yes.
Oh, bless. No, what a wonderful, wonderful woman Venerable Robina is. Always cheerful. And yes, as I said before, she's, it's nice to see that she has so many of you following her and that you managed to tune into the time changes, because the US changed summertime a couple of weeks back. Europe and UK changing this weekend, and Australia, I think, is it next week or the week after? So we should all be back on the normal schedule. So thank you very much, everyone who joined Venerable Robina. Thank you, everyone who's joined before, stayed on. So wonderful to see you all. But it's interesting what Venerable said when she sort of said, we've given, a voice to speak, so that others can hear us. And it's a beautiful, those of you who haven't read the book, The Boy, the Mole, the Fox and the Horse by Charlie Mackenzie. And there's a lovely, lovely part in it. And it says, "The fox really never speaks," whispered the boy. "No, and it's lovely to he's with us," said the horse. "To be honest, I often have nothing interesting to say," said the fox. "Being honest is always interesting," said the horse. So that we're honest in life, honest with ourselves and honest with others is the greatest gift we can carry. We often deny what we really want, happiness for ourselves. We tend to please others, or, we're not giving the feedback that we should be giving, and therefore, allowing others to stray, from the path in many ways. We tend to be over diplomatic often. And, that saying, calling a spade a spade, we often, might be painful at the time, but honesty is a good thing. And so, yeah, it was lovely for Venerable to say that, and actually sort of tied in with something that I'd written up for a newsletter. So it's just lovely how things come together, on the day. Anyway, so let's take a moment and just refocus and take a few deep breaths. So you're going to have me for the next hour. So we have a little bit of time to go through. Actually, before, just a few interesting figures for those who might be interested, because this week is 35th week of Prayerathon, and it's been a tremendous success. I feel anyway that 35 weeks on, we're still going so strong. And last week we had Venerable Drolma start the German-speaking Prayerathon group, which is just wonderful. So far down the line, we're still opening up to different audiences and different languages, which is wonderful. But in those 35 weeks, the 24 hours that we cover, we would have, if we go on the average of 3 recitations, we would have done 5,040 motivations, 5,040 refuge prayers, 5,040 Sakya prayers. So it doesn't sound like much. But then on top of that, I mean, this is just the leads. On top of that, we recited many Mani mantras. And on average, I think leads were between 5 and 10 rounds of malas. So if you just go for 7.5 malas per session, that would have given us 12,600 malas, or 1,360,800,000 Mani prayers. Wow. And that's just from the leads. Never mind what you all bring to the table out there in your communities, in your own private sessions, or when you recite, when we recite. What a tremendous effort. It's really wonderful to see some figures on that. And of course, Tara prayers were said, and then the additional prayers that people bring along, pick for the day, be it, Shantidevas, prayer that some recite, or some of the other Thangtong Gyalpo prayers that are being added. It's just wonderful to see, to see what the effort actually means, to see it in some figures. I know they're sort of rough, but it is amazing, what everyone out there has done and accomplished. So it's really, really nice. So thank you very much, everyone out there who led the sessions, everyone who joined the sessions, who said prayers and said dedications. It's very much appreciated. And if we look around, since we started back in August, what has changed since with the vaccinations? Vaccines are out there, vaccination programs being rolled out. Yes, there are some hickledy-pickledy, issues with deliveries and who gets what, and all the politics behind it. But a year ago, we didn't even know, what was going to happen, and how to treat, patients effectively. So it's wonderful to see that so much has really been changed, in the environment, and keep going. It's wonderful. So thank you very much, everybody. Okay, so if we take a moment just to take a few breaths and just find your inner peace, especially after I chatted so fast and furious. I think that was a film. If we just reflect on why we're here, why we're doing these prayers, because we want to rid ourselves from COVID and suffering related to COVID, but not exclusively to COVID. We want to liberate ourselves from that suffering. And we also want to liberate those around us, from the sources of suffering. And we sometimes struggle. We think it's beyond our scope because we're just mere humans. Yes, okay, we're born in the human realm. We have, favorite conditions. But, do we always believe it? Do we believe in our capacity, in our Buddha nature? I think one of the finest examples that we on the path have is Milarepa. Those of you not familiar with Milarepa really had extremely unfavorable conditions. After his father died, his uncle and aunt basically squandered the family fortune. And Milarepa and his mother and family really became impoverished. And his mother said, he needed to do something to avenge Dad. So she sent him off to learn the black arts. And when he came back, he, casted some spells and, earthquake, many, many people died. But Milarepa did not find any relief in that. In fact, he was very traumatized. So he went out to purify himself. He said, no. When he found the Dharma, he said, if this is what it is, I need to put every single effort in, day out, to purify all that negative karma that I have. So within that lifetime, he managed to purify himself. Extraordinary. A very extraordinary accomplishment. And he lived really a very simple life. He lived in a cave most of the time. And he wouldn't really want anything else. He said, no, I keep it simple, no attachment to nothing. And he lived off nettles, from nettle soup, And so in some picture you see him in green. It's slightly different green to green Tara. And that's associated with him, symbolizing that he lived a really simple life and took on the color of the nettle soup. But Milarepa, when he was asked how come he wasn't suffering with having nothing, Milarepa answered in a beautiful song. And why don't you sort of quietly, keep a simple breath? I'll just read you the Song of Realizations, why he didn't suffer while having no belongings. These days, I have no desire for wealth. I don't make any provisions of material things. First, I have no suffering of amassing and hoarding. In the middle, I have no suffering of protecting what I have. In the end, I have no suffering of attachment and clinging. I have nothing, and having nothing is excellent. These days, I have no desire for friends and companions. I don't seek to be surrounded by affection and love. First, I have no suffering of focusing on others. In the middle, I have no suffering of hostile replies. In the end, I have no suffering of parting. Having no affection and loving companions is excellent. These days, I have no desire for profit and fame. I don't seek to hear any pleasantries. First, I have no suffering of striving for it. In the middle, I have no suffering for it abating. In the end, I have no fear of its decline. I am happy with no pleasantries said about me. These days, I have no desire for a country. I don't seek out any certain place to stay. First, I have no suffering of taking sides. In the middle, I have no suffering of craving for my country. In the end, I have no suffering of trying to please others. Having no certain place to stay is excellent. And when we listen to those verses, we can see so much of that being true even today. It was true at Milarepa's time and is true today, maybe even more so today. You know, having a desire for wealth. How much money do we really need to live? How much money do we need to hoard, you know, to show off who we are? There's nothing wrong with us earning money. There's nothing wrong with making profit. But if we just hold on to it for our own benefit, what good is it? There was a beautiful comparison on, I think it was social media. And they were looking at, you know, the richest man. If we were to earn 100,000 a year, tax-free, it would take us 1,000 years to earn a million. Is it? No, 1,000? No, 100, 100,000, 10, no, 10. Sorry, 10 years to earn a million. So again, you need another 100, you know, before you even get to really sick amounts of money. So if you think about how many individuals in this world really earning way more than they will need for many, many thousands of years. And yet there's so much suffering out there. And of course, then you become protective. Are these people just with me because of my wealth? Who's trying to take my money away? Who's trying to take my phone? We become so obsessed with possessions. The latest phone, the latest this, the latest that. The Joneses next doors have it. I need to keep up. So we're focusing more on this than actually what is most important to us. The wealth of harmony within, the wealth of compassion for ourselves and others. And when he talks about companions and friends, who are our real friends? You know, are we friends with people because they're the coolest kid on the, you know, playground? You know, or I have to be good with them, it furthers my career. Are they friends because of this and that? I better not speak up against my friend because it upsets them, you know, although I don't really want to go and see that particular movie. So we can become obsessed with pleasing others for the wrong reasons. You know, not upsetting them because we don't want to be scolded for having an opinion of our own. And in the end, if we're in relationships and, you know, deeply in love, losing that someone, the pain that comes with that. So Milarepa seriously acknowledges that. And I think through the pandemic, a lot of dynamics, social dynamics may have changed. Because of, not working as a team right now, because people may be working from home. Maybe people are on furlough, maybe people lost their jobs. How we're being perceived by those who still earn the money, but oh well, we better not invite that person because they can't afford it now. Falling out of certain circles. That comes with a desire for profit and fame. How much do we need to profit? How much do we need that fame? Do we do it for our own benefit? Or can we be, profitable and famous for the benefit of others? His Holiness is famous, for all intents and purposes of this point. But His Holiness still describes himself as a simple monk. But he uses his platform to bring across the message of love and compassion for all sentient beings, encouraging dialogue over conflict, doing what he can, to help the Dharma prevail. But His Holiness is not seeking that fame. So there's a balance to be struck. When Milarepa talks about the desire for a country, if we look around, we're so interconnected in the world. Wherever you are right now, whatever country you're in listening to me, I'm based in the UK. I know Lars is in Norway. Some of you are here, some of you are in the States. Some of you in France. Wherever you are, we are interconnected. Yet, we see this urge again. What is it called? Flag patriotism, I think it has been branded in one of the papers here, where politicians suddenly feel the need to wrap themselves in the flags of their countries. And if you do not believe in that flag, you must be against the flag, and therefore you must be against your country. What utter nonsense. Having to take sides with populism, or do you stand up with it, against it? And that's what Milarepa says. Stability is a nice thing. But if you get desperate to please sides, to get to the top at no cost, it's counterproductive. It only increases suffering, not just to those who we've trodden on to get to the top, but because of the action, it creates suffering for us. Let's visualize in the space in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you're joining us from a different faith, feel free to visualize a deity that you associate most with compassion and love. If you're joining us from a spiritual path that is not focused on deities, just feel free to visualize a clear light in the space in front of you above the crown of your head. And let that light be filled with love and compassion. Those of you on the path, if you have had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize in the space in front of visualize the Guru in the space in front of you, above the crown of your head. Let's visualize our light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings wherever they are. whatever realm, whatever form. But for the benefit of wishing them path to enlightenment, we can visualize those beings in human form. And the light enters their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love and compassion of the purifying light and purifying essence. And the Guru does not differentiate who or what the being is, what it has done in the past, what we have done in the past. Unlike us, the Guru does not differentiate between friend, foe, and all the masses in between that we don't think about. The Guru is just compassionate to all sentient beings. And we recognize as we're being filled with that great love and compassion that all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes is being cleansed away, atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms. And it is through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have created suffering, not just for ourselves, but for others. We have thought ill of others. We have spoken ill of others. We acted with ill will against others. And we recognize that we do not wish to be spoken, treated, or thought of negatively. Something we share with all sentient beings, which is wish to live an existence that is free from suffering and its causes, which is wish to be happy and healthy. In order to live happy and healthy, we should live in harmony. And recognizing that our actions in the past have caused so much harm, we regret those actions. And by the power of regret and the loving kindness we receive from the Guru, the purifying aspect intensifies. We call upon all Mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, so that they may too be liberated from suffering. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having shown regret, and having invited all Mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, and having taken refuge in the Guru ourselves, the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, we can feel the loving kindness and purifying action of the light and nectar intensifying, and more of the past negative karma and delusions of the mind are being cleansed away, burned away, so much so that we begin to glow atom by atom, until our entire body begins to glow and exchange light back to the Guru, And we also begin to exchange light with all other sentient beings. And recognizing again that it's due to the actions of our body, speech, and mind that we have caused so much suffering to ourselves and others. Represents that body, speech, and mind aspect of suffering. But also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity. The aspect we're striving for. In order to get there, we need to acquire compassion and wisdom, Mani and Padma, and combining them in So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with all sentient beings and the Guru. How we purify more and more and begin to shine brighter and brighter, dispelling all darkness of negative karma of past lifetimes and all the suffering that we have caused. And if it helps you visualize it as a marvelous sunrise, when the first light just crosses the horizon, and then the sun creeping up before it sets at the highest point. And as the sun shines, the world becomes brighter, providing warmth, peace, calm, and a sense of stability and security. And the sun doesn't just shine for us, it shines for everyone. So let the sun of love and compassion shine for all sentient beings, not just for yourself. Om Mani Padme Om Mani Money bed me, 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 money bed me. Money bed me, money bed me, money bed me. Money bed me, money bed me, money bed. Money bed me, money bed me, money bed me. Oh, money bed me. Having recognized that we have created suffering through body, speech, and mind in all past lifetimes and shown regret for it, having taken refuge in the Guru deity, and having exchanged ourselves with love and compassion with the Guru and all other sentient beings, may we purify ourselves now, having recited many Mani mantras, as pure and in the aspect of the Guru. May we hold on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of this prayer. And may we continue to strive to benefit all other sentient beings. Let's recite the Tara mantra, Green Tara, as recommended by His Holiness. Tara, the great liberator, clearing away any obstructions and obscurations on the path. Like a diligent mother, jumping into action when called upon. And she has a friendly face, like any loving, kind mother would have. And yet, when we think about the guardians with their wrathful faces, we seem scared. But what's the difference between the faces? Doesn't a loving mother change her face when she's concerned about us? When we step out of line? They're just the two sides to the same coin. But let's call upon the great Mother Tara to help us clear any obstructions and obscurations that we may find during this practice, not just for ourselves, but for all other sentient beings. If we visualize the Great Mother, emerald green in the space in front of us, and light radiating from her body, and reaching each and every sentient being wherever they are. And again, as we recite the mantra, let's acknowledge that Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the deity, in this case Tara. And we seek to clear any obstacles of body, speech, and mind in our own beings and those of other sentient beings. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So as we do one round of one mala of the Tara mantra, keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with the deities and other sentient beings, and how you're being purified and the obscurations being cleared on the aspects as we just discussed. Om Tare Tutare Turu Soha, 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 Om Tare Tutare. So having purified ourselves, having removed any obscurations along the path, may we now call upon the guardians to join us. And we're going to recite Vajrayana. And as I said, despite their wrathful and ferocious looking faces, they're just like diligent parents and family members who try to keep us on the straight and narrow, protecting ourselves from our own stupidity, but also protecting others from our stupidity. But, like a protective suit, it's not just what we may give to others, like a surgical gown that you have to bury between the surgeon and the patient. You're also protecting yourself from outside influences. Again, the guardians will stand, between us and any dangers. So we should respect them and embrace them, based on that. So as we recite the Vajrayana mantra, visualize how you're putting on this protective suit, and put it on with diligence and great care, because if we're sloppy, we might give areas of exposure, something we do not necessarily want. So if you visualize in front of us dark blue Vajrapani with a ferocious face, his feet are stretched out and he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body are admitted fire Garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorm destroy all disease, epidemics, spirit harms and interferes. If you're joining us for the first time today, although it says interferers, you may raise the question, but just destroying the being of benefit. So as the 14th Dalai Lama was quite specific. We do not really seek to destroy the being. We're trying to change its nature, and the way we can change its nature is by destroying the root seeds of negative behavior that comes to, body, speech, and mind. And by changing that behavior so that it creates less harm for itself and others, the being may be able to escape, from the cycle of suffering. So that's what we're really aiming for, not really destroy the being. If we don't, recite the mantra 7 times, and again, just stand tall, like you mean, to go into, I don't know if you think about a battle suit, you're battling the pandemic. If you want to go in as a health professional, just stay focused and be confident. Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nabashena Ganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Rakshak, so Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nabashena Ganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Rakshak, so Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nabashena Ganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Rakshak, so Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nabashena Ganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Rakshak, so Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nabashena Ganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Rakshak, so Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nabashena Ganang Taita, Savarita, Hanana Vajna Raksha. So okay, having now put on the Vajra armor to protect ourselves from outside influences and others from anything that we haven't purified properly. Maybe now call on Black Manjushri to join the team. And if you think about it from a surgical point of view, you have the surgeon, you have his assistants, you have the anesthetist, you have a whole team there. So we shouldn't really think, well, isn't the armor enough? It's a complicated process we're going through. So the more the merrier. But also, if you were to go into battle, you would still have, a field medic with you. What if something got through the armor? Somebody to take care of you. So we can look at Manjushri from that point of view as well. And I like to think sometimes, like a healing ointment that's being applied when I recite Black Manjushri. So if we visualize Black Manjushri with a breathful face, he has 3 eyes. And his 2 hands hold the scripture on the left and the sword in the right. He's adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a massive fire. And flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies, the bodies of all other sentient beings, purifying all negative karma, obstructions, sickness, spirits, I refer to my previous note, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. So we recite the mantra 7 times. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala chakam shantam bepisu. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala chakam shantam bepisu. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala chakam shantam bepisu. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala chakam shantam bepisu. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala chakam shantam bepisu. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala chakam shantam bepisu. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningula chakala chakam shantam bepisu. So having prepared ourselves now fully to take on the pandemic, and we are about to recite the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. And let's have a look. We recite 3 times. And if we recite, if we went with the 3 recitations, what we can do, if we think about body, speech, and mind, the suffering that's been created to body, speech, and mind, or from body, speech, and mind, not just through the pandemic, but as other causes. So if we want to structure it from that point of view, we can. So with every recitation, really from the depth of your heart, keep on visualizing how the seed causes, the root causes of the suffering are being destroyed, and how the sick are being returned to good health. Those who have passed beyond are being reborn in favorable conditions. And how those who have suffered financially, emotionally, socially, etc., are they being given whatever wealth is required for them to be restored to a level of happiness, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their families, and the community at large. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and may sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the keys, Dharma of protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakins, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time, and really, really with the purest of intentions and the purest wish to be a benefit to all sentient beings. May we destroy all the root causes of suffering, especially the pandemic. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we visualize now how all the effects of the pandemic have been pacified and destroyed. And I said it previously, and I said again in case you sort of look around and go, but I still see things happening out there. If you think about taking antibiotics, you take one antibiotic, you might feel a bit better. But if you finish the course of antibiotics, even if you think you don't need them anymore, you make sure it's gone. If you stop too early, the infection may come back and become resistant to your efforts, and you might have to change, the way you treat it. But also, if you think about a tree that's been cut at its root, and you cut it down, although it's separated from the roots, there may still be enough sap left in the tree itself to feed the leaves. So appearances can be, misleading. So believe in, that the prayer has done its bit. And, if we look around, we need to acknowledge the progress that has been made. And, it's if you look at countries like Nepal, where maybe the vaccine rollout, was not as big as it has been in the West in many countries. Their faith has been strong, and there's been very little in terms of, fatalities, etc. So, Venerable Sarah said that a few weeks back when she was doing a Kora, she sort of pointed that one out, which was really interesting. That there isn't really an explanation why it hasn't taken as much hold as it has in other countries, apart from there's something to do with believe. Okay, so where are we? Better crack on before the cavalry arrives and I'm running too late. So may we do dedications. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes, and may we be the ones who enables them to be free from suffering and enjoy the bliss of happiness that is free from suffering. May we dedicate to our precious Gurus and the Sangha community and the lay people. May they all, live long and healthy lives. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we never be separated from the community and our precious virtuous friends, this in all future lifetimes. And may we achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible and take their advice wherever we meet them. May we particularly dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, whose existence in exile for the past 62 years has brought the Dharma to the West, and like a shining beacon, encourages us to practice compassion and seek dialogue over violence. and, be respectful and loving to all sentient beings. May his holiness wish be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see him one day return to Tibet to be amongst his people. May his holiness have a long and healthy life, and may we never be separated from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. And may we benefit from his teachings throughout. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has taught us so diligently to engage in the practices of these prayers for the past 35 weeks. Giving us an opportunity to actually put our practice to good use for the benefit of all sentient beings, rather than just reciting the prayers that, we're doing when we're at home. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life, and may we always be our virtuous friend in this and all future lifetimes. May we benefit from his presence and advice wherever we meet him. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, find, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kawe jingam de penande wa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo yi shape site vadu tengyu hunchi. Lama Zopa. Tübzül Shangxing Yam Gön Gelwe Tenzing Gön Pelwe Kunzo Dok Ponze Chok Song Kewe Lek Mun Tudru Padak Sok Du Je Gön Du Shap Ten Sho. Thank you, everybody who joined me in this session. Thank you very much if you joined us in previous sessions and you're staying on. Thank you for all your support for the past 35 weeks. If you joined us just, for the first time today, I hope you find it beneficial. If you're watching it live or as a recording, thank you ever so much for, your diligent attendance, your smiley faces to those I can see on YouTube and Zoom. So it's just wonderful to have you there. Thank you for participating. Thank you for, your keen interest and wanting to benefit all other sentient beings. May you have a wonderful day, and I hope we see you here still when we do our 50th week anniversary, or the 52, because that makes it a year. So, but in a selfish way, hopefully, you don't see that as a pandemic anymore. But it's interesting that after all that time, we really start to think, when there isn't much going on with the pandemic? It's such a wonderful event. It would be lovely to see it carrying on in one way or another, to have that community that we have built over the last 35 weeks, around the world, have made so many wonderful connections. And it just shows how interconnected we are and how we feed, from the positive vibes that we send back and forth to one another. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently. We have to point that out because they're just a tremendous bunch, and without them we couldn't do any screening. So let me just see who's on. Who's after me now? Somebody's on. I know. The man who does the schedule, can't remember his on.
I'm the next.
Oh,
Hello.
bless
Hello.
you. Hello. How are you?
I'm okay. You?
Not too bad. No. Oh, lovely. I love this. Are you at Thangtong Gyalpo Institute?
Yes.
Oh,
Do you know a little bit? Did you come here?
No, I haven't been
Oh.
over there, but I know Venerable Deshin is there, and I know Venerable Sultrim,
Yeah,
Venerable
yeah,
Clive, because I know
yeah.
him still from the Jamyang days in London.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I remember, I hope he has settled into the weather, because I know at the beginning he struggled with the heat.
Yeah, yeah. Now it's nice. The
Yeah.
weather is nice.
Yes, and you have the benefit of the monastery going ahead now, isn't it? Because I think it was more cleared. So that was a long battle for you. I think from what I
Yeah, it
understood.
is. It is still, but it's
Yeah.
improving slowly, slowly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because from what I understood, was it one of the mayors was quite happy to sell you the land, but not give you planning permission. So it seems a bit weird, but anyway, the time is
Yeah.
coming that the monastery can be built. That's wonderful.
Yeah, slowly, slowly we get something more. So now
Yeah.
we have permission, but we need to collect other conditions to
Yeah.
proceed. So
Like money.
yes, money. Yes,
Anyway, Venerable,
exactly.
I hand over to you. Lovely to see you.
Me
You take
too.
care. Send my regards to
Thank
everybody
you.
at Thangtong Gyalpo.
That's
Take
all.
care.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You too. Bye,
Bye-bye.
bye. Bye. Allora, okay, I will lead in Italian for Italian people. So, good afternoon to everybody. Buon pomeriggio a tutti e benvenuti per essere qui con me in questa sessione. Allora, prima di iniziare, generiamo una buona motivazione. Quindi, come ho detto anche le altre volte, per generare una motivazione cerchiamo di ricordare quanto siamo fortunati che possiamo essere qua e siamo ancora vivi e in salute, e nonostante questa situazione della pandemia dove possiamo vedere che può colpire chiunque, per cui cerchiamo di capire come siamo fortunati appunto di essere qui, stare ancora bene e poter fare qualcosa di virtuoso insieme, che in questa situazione così difficile invece è molto più facile voler supportare e generare dei pensieri non virtuosi come rabbia, rancore, frustrazione, paura, eccetera, eccetera. Per cui cerchiamo un attimo di pensare appunto a quanto siamo fortunati. Ricordando che comunque la vita è impermanente anche per noi. E il momento della morte non è certo, ma non si sa quando arriverà. Quindi cerchiamo di sentire come siamo fortunati che siamo qui in salute e fare qualcosa di buono e virtuoso, non solo per noi stessi, ma anche per tutte queste persone, tutti questi esseri che stanno affrontando questa difficoltà della pandemia. E adesso pensiamo che tutti questi esseri, tutte queste persone inconsciamente stanno cercando la buddhità, poiché desiderano trovare una felicità stabile, perenne. Desiderano naturalmente essere qualcosa di speciale, e questo è proprio un sintomo della natura di Buddha, che ricerca proprio quella felicità che è possibile solo nello stato di Buddha. Per cui immaginiamo adesso che intorno a noi tutte queste persone, tutti questi esseri ci circondano e prendono rifugio con noi. Immaginiamo che davanti a noi appare Buddha Chenrezig con 1000 braccia in forma di luce, Immaginiamo che davanti a noi la sua presenza calorosa, luminosa, chiarisce le nostre menti, il nostro cuore e diventa proprio il mezzo per poter prendere rifugio. Mentre recitiamo rifugio, pensiamo che anche tutti questi esseri intorno a noi prendono rifugio con noi e dopodiché recitiamo il mantra di Chenrezig e quando recitiamo il mantra di Chenrezig, luce come nettare esce da Chenrezig, entra nel nostro capo, ci purifica, elimina tutte le preoccupazioni, tutte le paure, tutte le confusioni mentali, tutti i disagi fisici e qualsiasi problema possibile, ci colma di questa luce e poi questa luce esce ed entra anche in tutti gli altri esseri che sono intorno a noi, facendo la stessa cosa che succede a noi. Ecco. Possiamo recitare insieme. Tutti gli esseri senzienti, uguali allo spazio, prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti, uguali allo spazio, prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendono rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Yewade nyodo da chereze wadru gyonet oya chila malupa teye sala goparesho. Adesso possiamo immaginare che Chenrezig, visualizziamo che Chenrezig si assorbe in luce e poi entra nel nostro capo e si assorbe nel nostro corpo, parole e mente, benedicendoci. Adesso proseguiamo a recitare la preghiera per 3 volte e mentre recitiamo pensiamo anche, appunto grazie avendo fatto questa pratica di Chenrezig, che tutti questi esseri umani ora, che non solo stanno sperimentando il disagio della pandemia, ma anche tutta la rabbia, lo stress per le difficoltà economiche, eccetera, eccetera, no? Il fatto che siano in conflitto l'uno con l'altro, i vari paesi entrino in conflitto l'uno con l'altro, grazie al potere e le benedizioni di Avalokiteshvara o di Chenrezig. Pensiamo, mentre recitiamo questa preghiera, non solo tutti questi ostacoli della pandemia si dissolvono, ma anche gli animi di queste persone si addolciscono e le loro menti si aprono con una sensazione di comprensione reciproca ed amore l'uno verso l'altro. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privino il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi e con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono fatte. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che portano a essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannosi, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei tre supremi, con il potere della Kin dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono fatte. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati all'interno della bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possono essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle archie dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono fatte. Ecco, adesso possiamo immaginare che davanti a noi si presenta Tara, in un corpo di luce, quindi quando reciterò l'invocazione in tibetano, immaginiamo che tutte le attività illuminate nel continuo degli esseri ordinari, anche gli esseri illuminati e gli esseri aria, si manifesta nella forma di Tara, in un corpo di luce, e mentre recitiamo il suo mantra immaginiamo che luce come nettare esce da Tara, entra nel nostro capo, elimina tutti gli ostacoli, elimina tutte le paure, le condizioni avverse e trasforma tutta questa situazione disagevole nel mondo come un mezzo abile per poter in realtà sviluppare le attività illuminate dei Buddha dei tre tempi. Quindi questa luce poi esce da noi e entra anche verso tutti gli esseri che sono intorno a noi facendo lo stesso, avvolgendo tutto il mondo e l'universo. Quindi ogni condizione sfavorevole diventa in realtà un mezzo abile per aiutare noi e tutti gli esseri a sviluppare nel nostro continuum il sentiero per poter procedere alla felicità stabile perenne, allo stato di Buddha. Potalai le giunetai changu le trojeo pamme pe ula ge doso sange trile ma dorma kusheshe so la dala mi chope ge shani pe mola. Poba kule droze ma dorma yola jatselo. On tare tu ture so 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 Son tare tu tare tu re 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 son. Ondare do tare tu re son tare tu tare tu re son tare tu tare tu re son tare tu tare tu re son. Ondare do tare tu re son tare tu 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 tare tu re son. Dare do re son, dare tu 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 re son. Dare tu re son, 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 dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 Dare do dare tu re son, 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 dare do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare. Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son, Ondare do dare tu re son, dare 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 do dare tu re son. On tare to tare to re son, 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 tare to tare to re son. On tare to tare to re son, 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 tare to tare to re son. On tare to tare to re son, 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 tare to on tare to tare to re son, 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 tare to tare to re son. On tare to tare to re son, 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 tare to tare to re son. On tare to tare to re so, agewa de nyodota pamador moto gyone, roya chi amalupa, te sala go paresho. Così ora possiamo visualizzare che Tara si dissolve in luce, entra nel nostro capo e diventa tutt'uno con le nostre attività virtuose, con il nostro continuo virtuoso. Così il nostro continuo mentale e le nostre virtù diventano un'unica entità con le attività illuminate. Così adesso possiamo procedere con le dediche. Quindi mentre recitiamo cerchiamo di dedicare tutto il nostro potenziale virtuoso che abbiamo accumulato, non solo ora, non solo in questa sessione, non solo in questa vita, ma anche nelle vite passate, insieme a tutte le virtù che hanno accumulato, tutte le persone che collaborano gentilmente a questa maratona ogni sabato e non solo, tutte le virtù che hanno accumulato anche in questa vita, nelle vite passate, insieme a tutte le virtù, tutti gli sforzi che hanno accumulato tutti gli esseri del passato, in particolare coloro che hanno cercato di accumulare le attività per poter portare a compimento le preghiere in beneficio degli esseri senzienti. Quindi qualsiasi tipo di preghiera sia stata accumulata, specialmente per gli esseri che possono sperimentare periodi di sofferenza come quello che stiamo vivendo ora. Sappiamo che questo potenziale c'è stato accumulato perché ci sono persone che hanno fatto sforzo e hanno portato a compimento il loro sentiero, per cui mettiamo insieme tutta questa energia mentre dedichiamo. Possa la preziosa Suprema Bodhicitta sorgere in chi ancora non l'ha generata, e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Nella terra circondata da montagne nevate, tu sei la fonte di ogni beneficio e felicità. Potente Chenrezig Gyalpo, per favore rimani fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica. Salvatore degli insegnamenti della terra delle nevi e dei trasmigratori, tu che con chiarezza tracci il sentiero che unisce la vacuità con la compassione, detentore del loto Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere immediatamente soddisfatti. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che funge da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre sublimi, Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. A causa di tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro accumulati da me, e di tutti i meriti dei tre tempi accumulati dagli innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, posso io che sono completamente vuota dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, io stesso da solo, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra, hanno realizzato il modo di essere nelle cose. Nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Con la dedica considerata suprema da tutti i conquistatori che sono apparsi nei tre tempi, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù per il fine della pura condotta. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei tipi di meriti, dei tre tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losandrapa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. E grazie a tutti. Ah, ciao Cristiana. Ok, io ho finito. Ci siete?
Ciao,
Ciao.
ciao.
Ciao. Grazie a voi. Ciao. Ciao. Allora vi lascio. Cristiana, ci sei tu, vero? Sì, ok, ok. Allora buon pomeriggio a tutti, buona pratica. Grazie.
Grazie, ciao.
Ciao, ciao, ciao.
Venerable Christiana, you're on mute. Microphone.
Va bene, grazie. Dicevamo, cominciamo la sessione in italiano e la seconda di fila, e questo è un rafforzativo della nostra capacità come italiani di mandare energia positiva per questa pratica. Sappiamo che si tratta di una maratona. Maratona non significa fare sfoggio di forza, significa mandare più energia positiva possibile, e questo si può fare anche in un solo istante, però in genere è più facile farlo prolungando nel tempo la nostra iniziativa e il nostro impegno. In ogni caso, stavolta abbiamo 2 sessioni consecutive in italiano, perciò è ancora meglio. Per prima cosa prendiamo rifugio, perché la nostra pratica, perché la nostra preghiera, la nostra meditazione, visualizzazione, recitazione sia perfetta, è molto importante che prendiamo rifugio, cioè ci associamo all'energia degli esseri illuminati. Prendiamo rifugio negli esseri illuminati, nel loro insegnamento, nelle loro emanazioni e nell'assemblea di coloro che applicano queste potenzialità, e questo significa che facciamo la pratica insieme agli esseri illuminati che hanno perfetto potere, perfetta compassione, perfetta capacità di aiutare gli esseri in rapporto ai loro specifici bisogni. Quindi prendendo rifugio, la nostra pratica diventa molto potente. In ogni caso, visualizziamo che non solo noi prendiamo rifugio, ma anche la completa assemblea di tutti gli infiniti esseri senzienti, esseri umani, animali, spiriti, eccetera. Tutti prendono rifugio, e quindi la nostra capacità di connetterci con l'energia illuminata è ancora più forte, perché è associata a quella di tutti gli altri esseri. Io, tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Recitiamo altre 2 volte. io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Questa è una specificazione del rifugio. Prendiamo rifugio non solo nell'essere illuminato che si è manifestato in questa nostra epoca storica, ma nel suo insegnamento e nella comunità che applica l'insegnamento. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, cioè dei maestri, che sono emanazioni dell'energia illuminata del Buddha, degli esseri illuminati. Prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative e nelle dakini. Le divinità meditative sono rappresentazioni dell'energia illuminata. Tra poco faremo un approfondimento di questa pratica del rifugio nella divinità meditativa. E le dakini sono le messaggere che portano a tutti gli esseri lampi di apertura e di conoscenza della mente illuminata del Buddha, in modi svariati, in tempi inaspettati, con capacità imprevedibili, però questo è quello che fanno le dakini, ci mettono in contatto diretto con l'energia del Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Questo è il rifugio fondamentale, questo è il vero e proprio rifugio, perché se noi non avessimo la consapevolezza che la nostra mente è fondamentalmente pura e incontaminata, chiara e conoscitrice, e che è da questo che proviene la possibilità di ottenere la perfetta illuminazione per il beneficio degli esseri, da questo stato della mente, da questo stato fondamentale della mente. Se non sapessimo questo, il rifugio in altri esseri, anche se fossero esseri illuminati, anche se sono esseri illuminati, il rifugio in altri esseri sarebbe precario, perché la nostra mente continuerebbe invece a produrre oscurazioni senza fine. Invece, se prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il corpo di verità, la fondamentale purezza, chiarezza e vacuità di esistenza intrinseca della mente, se prendiamo rifugio in questa, la nostra connessione con tutti i Buddha è immediata e durevole. Ora ripetiamo di nuovo: prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Bene, adesso approfondiamo la presa di rifugio rispetto a ciò che abbiamo già recitato, cioè che noi prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative, e prendiamo rifugio in particolare nella divinità meditativa che rappresenta la compassione infinita e completamente efficace di tutti i Buddha. Buddha Avalokitesvara. Ce lo rappresentiamo per questa meditazione davanti a noi, sospeso nello spazio, a 2 metri circa di distanza e all'altezza della nostra fronte, nella forma di un essere che ha sembianze umane. Ovviamente non si tratta di un essere umano, si tratta di un essere illuminato, che racchiude in sé le capacità di compassione di tutti gli infiniti esseri illuminati. È un essere dall'apparenza bianca, splendente, con un volto, 2 braccia, seduto nella posizione del Vajra, che ci guarda, indossa 7 celestiali, è luminosissimo e ci guarda con infinito amore. È molto contento che noi ci mettiamo in connessione con lui attraverso questa pratica. È molto contento perché questa è la nostra salvezza, questa è la nostra liberazione. Egli è contento per la nostra liberazione. Pensiamo inoltre che tutti gli altri esseri che sono intorno a noi sono anch'essi in connessione con Buddha Avalokitesvara, con un volto e 2 braccia, in questa forma che abbiamo detto. Ed egli è molto contento anche per questa nostra visualizzazione, perché corrisponde a verità. Quello che fanno i Buddha è di essere in contatto continuo, sempre compassionevole, sempre efficace, sempre saggio, sempre potente con tutti gli infiniti esseri per liberarli dalla loro sofferenza. Quindi questa visualizzazione compiace moltissimo tutti i Buddha nella forma di Buddha Avalokitesvara. Ok. Immaginiamo adesso che da ogni poro di Buddha Avalokitesvara si emanano raggi di luce che vanno a colpire tutti gli infiniti esseri e anche noi. Questa luce entra in tutti noi, dalla cima del nostro capo, purifica tutte le nostre oscurazioni che fuoriescono dagli orifizi del nostro corpo in forma di fumo nero che si dissolve immediatamente, tutto il nostro karma negativo, i nostri difetti mentali, le nostre ottusità, il nostro senso di preoccupazione, il nostro senso di impotenza. Noi sappiamo bene che stiamo facendo questa pratica soprattutto per curare la pandemia, per pacificare questa pandemia che dà problemi non solo fisici, non solo mortali, ma anche problemi di genere sociale, di genere economico, dà problemi di genere conflittuale, perché ci sono discussioni, eccetera, eccetera. Tutti questi problemi sappiamo che i Buddha li possono guarire, li possono curare. Non nei tempi che noi ci aspettiamo, ma li possono curare. Quindi immaginiamo con questa luce che tutti questi problemi vengono curati. Chi può guarire, che guarisca. Chi può non ammalarsi ancora, che non si ammali. Chi non si può più distogliere da questa condizione di malattia, che viva pacificamente e con beatitudine questa occasione di riflettere su impermanenza, sofferenza e liberazione dalla sofferenza. Questo è quello che fanno tutti i Buddha, ok? Nella forma di Buddha Avalokitesvara, che con questi raggi di luce penetra in tutti noi. Per connetterci ancora più profondamente con l'attività illuminata compassionevole di Buddha Avalokitesvara, recitiamo il suo mantra, le sue sacre parole, Om Mani Padme Hum. Lo recitiamo per qualche minuto. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Bene, ora dedichiamo questa pratica molto speciale, molto preziosa che abbiamo compiuto, la dedichiamo con la preghiera composta da un Mahasiddha, proprio per guarire i monaci di un monastero buddista tibetano di scuola Sakya dalla pandemia. Questa preghiera è giunta fino a noi in lignaggio ininterrotto di scrittura, cioè di come è composta, e di realizzazioni, perché è giunta da maestro realizzato a maestro realizzato, giù fino al nostro maestro principale. Quindi ha lo stesso potere che ha avuto allora. E quindi noi usiamo questa preghiera come dedica della nostra pratica. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gra, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive. Il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. La ripetiamo. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano da karma e condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il semplice suono dei cui nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, dalle 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano corpo e mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che corpo e mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei 3 rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora recitiamo le dediche generali, che sono le più importanti. Non ve le condivido nello schermo perché ce l'ho in inglese, ma sono la cosa più importante, le dediche generali, perché se dopo aver fatto una cosa così speciale come la presa del rifugio, la connessione con la divinità di meditazione Avalokitesvara, la recitazione del suo mantra, la recitazione, la visualizzazione della purificazione di tutti gli esseri, la recitazione della potente preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo. Dopo aver fatto tutto questo, se non lo mettiamo come in cassaforte, perché non si disperdano i meriti, anzi, più che in cassaforte direi li mettiamo in banca, in azioni molto fruttifere. Queste azioni molto fruttifere sono le dediche per ottenere lo stato di Buddha. E ci sono molti fattori che concorrono per poter ottenere lo stato di Buddha e ora li leggiamo. Possa la preziosa suprema mente dell'illuminazione che non è ancora sorta sorgere. Possa quella già sorta non declinare ma accrescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana mancano di anche un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca. Eppure, causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per discernere il significato di questo pensiero di Nagarjuna, secondo cui questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittorie. sono queste le due cose che non sono contraddittorie ma sono complementari. Samsara e Nirvana mancano anche di un solo atomo di esistenza intrinseca, una. Ma causa ed effetto e sorgere dipendente sorgono comunque, infallibilmente. Secondo il pensiero di Nagarjuna, questi due aspetti non sono contraddittori, anzi sono complementari. Sono necessari l'uno all'altro. Chiedo le vostre benedizioni per discernere ciò. Vostre, cioè le benedizioni di tutti i maestri Buddha. In tutte le mie vite, mai separato dai maestri perfetti, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma e, completando le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Buddha Vajradhara. Proprio come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e il vento, le medicine e gli alberi della foresta, possa io sempre essere utilizzato da tutti gli esseri senzienti, proprio come vogliono loro e senza fare alcuna resistenza. Possa io tenere gli esseri senzienti cari come la mia vita. Possano gli esseri senzienti tenere me massimamente caro. Possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me e possano le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Finché ogni essere senziente non sarà liberato dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se ho già ottenuto l'illuminazione suprema. Tramite il mero vedermi, udirmi, pensare a me o ricordarmi, così come toccarmi o parlarmi, possano le sofferenze di tutti gli esseri essere istantaneamente pacificate e possa esserci sempre felicità. Ora facciamo la dedica che ci fa approfondire la nostra meditazione sulla vacuità. Non possiamo ottenere lo stato illuminato che è necessario per poter aiutare perfettamente tutti gli esseri se non approfondiamo la nostra comprensione della vacuità. Per cui facciamo una dedica in questo senso. A causa di tutti i meriti passati, presenti e futuri raccolti da me, dagli innumerevoli Buddha e dagli innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che siamo completamente vuoti di esistere dal nostro proprio lato, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dal mio proprio lato, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuota di esistere dal suo proprio lato, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dal loro proprio lato a tale stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dal suo proprio lato, da me stesso da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dal mio proprio lato. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di due delle emanazioni del Buddha della compassione, dedichiamo per quelle che conosciamo meglio, anche se sappiamo che ce ne sono tantissime. Una è Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, riconosciuto come incarnazione di Buddha Avalokitesvara. Tu che sei il gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, la sorgente di qualunque beneficio e felicità nel mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, supremo Tenzin Gyatso, possa tu avere una lunga vita e tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere spontaneamente soddisfatti. Ora dedichiamo per la lunga vita di un'altra emanazione compassionevole e illuminata dei Buddha, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Lama Zopa Rinpoche non solo ci ha ispirato con dei consigli a fare questa maratona per la pacificazione della pandemia, ma ci ha ispirato lungo tutta la sua vita, svolgendo egli stesso la sua personale maratona senza mai dormire, senza mai curarsi di freddo, caldo, fame, sonno, niente. Sta continuando questa maratona da, credo, almeno 60 anni. Malattie, per lui non esiste niente, lui continua a praticare per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri. E quindi è soprattutto il suo esempio che ci guida nel praticare questa maratona, oltre che i suoi consigli tecnici, diciamo così. Quindi dedichiamo per la sua lunga vita, perché possa continuare a beneficiare gli esseri. Tu che sostieni la moralità del soggiogatore, tu che servi come potente aiuto di tutti, tu che supporti, preservi e diffondi la vittoriosa dottrina di Mangiusri, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre gioielli, Salvatore di me stesso e degli altri tuoi discepoli, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie. Good evening, Chopela.
Yeah, good evening.
Okay, have a good practice.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Right, Chenrezig Institute. Let me think. It's the middle of the night at your place, I think. 9 hours later. Yeah, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Still going on. Still going strong. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. So for anybody following or watching this later, I hope you're doing fine. And also now with the COVID measures, I hope you're doing, your conditions are good for practice and that you are safe and are in a good environment. I know that in Australia, things are pretty good, but only Sydney or New South Wales is having a lot of floods at the moment. So that's another things going on. Even when there's bushfire, there's COVID, now there's flooding, always something going on. So I hope things are okay. So my name is Chopel. I'm an Landa monk, but at the moment I'm staying in the Netherlands at the Dharma Center where Geshe Sonun Gyaltsen lives. I stay here for a few more months. I travel back in summer. So in Holland, I'll just give you a short update how COVID's going here. The numbers are rising again, so it's not going pretty good, the same as in France. France, some provinces have more strict measures. Holland also started vaccinating, but they're slow. So the government just talking. They need to get more vaccination going. You know, that's one way for us to get going again. So that it's going. France is also going. So yeah, we try to keep hanging in there, doing this practice together, you know, like we do today, all the people. And it's amazing to see how all the slots this week were filled very easily. Very, very simple, very, very good to hear. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to read the prayer, and then I'll recite mantras, or mani mantras, for the most of the time. But you can do whatever practice you would like. You can watch me, you can have a cup of tea, or you can do your own practice. I hope I can then inspire you a little. So let me get the text in front of me. Yeah. So before we start, we can visualize Guru Chenrezig in front of us, who is in one nature of His Holiness Dalai Lama Zopa Rinpoche, your own teacher, the same mind, same And then you can elaborate on the visualization, or you can keep it like this, or you can also visualize the Buddha in front of you. But if you visualize Avalokitesvara, you can all the lineage lamas, you can surround it, and also you can also imagine all sentient beings sitting around you, doing this practice with you together. You can think of all people who are now suffering from COVID around the world, people in hospital, perhaps people you know directly. You can think of them. And then during the practice, when we recite the mantras, you can visualize that light rays emanating from Guru Chenrezig in front of us, and that they're purifying all sentient beings. Now, dealing with the difficulties of COVID, we can think of the nurses, doctors, people not being able to see their loved ones. At this very moment, people fighting for their very lives. And all complications arising in society due to COVID-19, people not being able to work, losing their jobs, people going to food banks, I think you call it like this, what's happened weeks ago in the States, long queues, people waiting, were first having a good life, but then suddenly things change, and they have to beg for the food, standing in lines for hours. So COVID is affecting us on all different levels of society. So we can think of these difficulties, and by doing this practice, we can hopefully help a little bit to help pacify COVID, thereby increasing happiness in the lives of the people. We can think of that we're trying to fulfill the wishes of Rinpoche, that we're also doing this. We might be doing this with the motivation with the Bodhisattva motivation, that the best way in the end, we can help people by becoming a Buddha ourselves. In the long run, at the time being, we try to benefit people, as they all beings have been benefiting us, benefiting us since beginning this time. I've been talking too much Dutch lately, so you can hear the accent. Just take a moment to set your own motivation. Then I will read the Raja speech of Mahasiddha. I'll read first the motivation. All sentient beings, mothers for infinite like space, go for refuge to the present Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge and declare it out our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers for infinite like space, go for refuge to the present Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge and declare it out our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, mothers in infinite like space, go for refuge to the present Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Guru, send the Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds. So for the remaining 20 minutes, I will be reciting many mantras. But once again, feel free to do whatever you like. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Last mala. Om Mani Padme Hum. I'll now read one is the prayer, May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma, temporal conditions, such as harm, grasp, spirits, illness, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and the myriad sins not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose name terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 closet and viruses, 260 evil spirits harmed suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to the disturbances of elements depriving the body and mind of ever happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and may it down the long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, and by the power of the Kini's Dharma protection and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can now dedicate the positive potential. Yeah, we have created together. I'll just do a short dedication prayers. Let me see if I can share this with you. Yeah. May whatever virtue we have collected benefit the teachings of all transmigratory beings, and in particular may it cause the essence of First Pure Lama's Losang Drakpa teachings to shine forever. Incomparable, kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, visible and jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes spontaneously be fulfilled. Savior of the land of snow teachings, transmigratory beings, who tentatively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion to the lotus hole Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May all your holy wishes spontaneously be fulfilled. You who uphold the pure small way, who serves the bound to bear of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading that much and not victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three jewels. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And here you can also dedicate for the long life of all teachers or for your own gurus specifically. May the precious mind of renunciation not yet born arise. May it has arisen, not decline, but increase more and more. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May it has arisen, not decline, but increase more and more. May the precious view of emptiness not yet born arise. May it has arisen, not decline, but increase more and more. Throughout my future lifetimes, may I always be guided by Aram and Yusi and be able to behold the Dharma in general, and on the teaching of the Penitent originates in particular, even at the cost of my life. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings retain, until then may we too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. Lastly, that we never be separated from our gurus. In our future lives, may we never be separated from perfect gurus. May we enjoy magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities and the stages of the path, and may we quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So you can make your own dedications. I would like to dedicate also to Jan van Heeswijk. He's a friend, and he's now laying in hospital. He's fighting with COVID. So his condition was good, but it's now getting bad again. So yeah, I hope that's going in a good way. So I see it's 5:30, so I will end here. Let me stop sharing. And then I say hello to Carol.
Venerable Bell, very nice.
Yeah, hello. Where are you at the moment?
Seichen Ling, San Francisco Center.
Ah, okay, States also. Very nice.
And where are you?
At the moment in the Netherlands, at the Maitreya Institute.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Well. Okay, so thank you. I wish you all the best, and okay.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Australia. Bye-bye. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Sometimes I forget Chenrezig Institute and all the people who make this possible. So big thanks to them, and welcome everyone to this next session of the Prayerathon. It's amazing that we've been doing this now, I think, for maybe a year almost. Maybe it's even past a year. I'm not sure the exact dates. Anyway, it's quite a wonderful practice. And my name is Carol, or Jampa Chutso. So as we get started here for the session, let's just take a moment to set our motivation and kind of bring our minds back to the breath, to just to center the mind, quiet the mind. I've been busy this morning, so my mind is a little bit scattered right now. So I am taking this time particularly for myself, but hope it will also benefit all of you. So let's just sit in a meditation posture, the back straight but not stiff. Make sure your shoulders are relaxed. And just breathing at a comfortable pace, neither too deeply or too lightly. And just gently focus the attention on the breath. Breathing in and breathing out. And just gently keep the attention on the breath. So if the mind wanders, just note that it's wandered and bring it back. Now that we've taken a moment just to quiet the mind a bit, just to gently bring it to rest on the breath, let's turn our thoughts to our motivation, a reason for being here, because motivation determines the outcome of our actions, our speech, even our thoughts, in terms of where they lead our actions, where they lead our speech. And so it's really important to think about motivation and to try to set a positive motivation, a motivation with a wish to benefit, kind of carrying this spirit of love, compassion, remembering that we are all interconnected. And we can aspire to this motivation of bodhicitta, or the mind of enlightenment, really wishing to attain enlightenment or awakening in order to benefit each and every sentient being. You know, ultimately, we all have the potential to reach this state of enlightenment. Just taking to heart the wish to do this, not just for ourselves, but for all the beings we're connected to, whether it's friends, family. And then remembering, whereas we're connected to strangers, to every kind of being in this world that we live in. So without even considering past lives, just in this life, even, we can feel that interconnectedness. Then we can broaden it, just thinking about countless lifetimes, just settling in on this interdependency, this wish to end suffering, because we know suffering very directly. We experience suffering all the time. And just as we do, so do all beings. So just thinking about achieving this end to suffering, and then wanting that same end for all beings. So making this a bodhicitta motivation. So with this motivation in mind, this is a good time to verbalize it. I'll recite the motivation from the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So just keeping in mind this wish to attain enlightenment to benefit all sentient beings, making that our motivation now. And it's an effortful motivation at this point, but by doing this, we create the causes for someday this motivation to just arise spontaneously. So just thinking in this way. As we prepare to recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, we can imagine ourselves just sitting in a meadow, a peaceful place, just with our friends and family to either side, and just surrounded by all beings, just going out to the horizon, everyone sitting in human form, just very peacefully, just harmoniously. And in the middle, we can visualize the middle of this large gathering. We can visualize Chenrezig, this his radiant body of white light. And just imagine or remember, Chenrezig embodies compassion. So this wish to relieve the suffering of all beings. So just being there present to ease the suffering of every sentient being, including ourselves. And just imagine that these light rays and just healing, compassionate energy radiate from Chenrezig's body as we recite this mantra, just entering our crowns, our crown and the crown of everyone around us. So just this powerful energy radiating out to all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.